Yes, we are. Good morning, everybody. Before we get started, can we all rise for the pledge? Thank you, everybody. So being 9:37, welcome to Transportation. I'm going to open up the public hearing on House Bill 268 FN relative to the furnishing of special number plates to the Liquor Commission, Division of Enforcement and Licensing. Representative Trotter, the prime sponsor, did contact me, and I guess it's going to be introduced by Representative Coker. Good morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, committee. So this bill, I'm presenting this for Representative Trottier. It's basically a housekeeping bill. The Liquor Commission like to get their own plates for their vehicles, just like the state police and other state departments. So this bill would do that. So that's about all I got on it. They're here to testify on their behalf, so I'm not going to answer any questions.
Simple enough. Thank you, sir. What does that say?
Chief Mark. Isn't it?
I know the lines are small, and I'm having a hard time with this one. The chair recognizes in support of the bill, looking for 5 minutes, Chief Mark Armaganian. All right. Representing the Hampshire Liquor Commission Enforcement. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, and thank you. And honorable committee members, good morning. My name is Mark Armaganian. I am the chief and director of the Division of Enforcement and Licensing for the New Hampshire Liquor Commission. Just to give you some background, the New Hampshire Liquor Commission has its own police department that is a regulatory police department, unlike traditional. We regulate alcohol and we regulate tobacco. With that in mind, given the reasoning for this plate as how we call it, a cleanup, my background, I came from state police, 28 years with the state police. I ran the Bureau of Investigative Services prior to that. The cruisers that I had under my command had 2 license plates. They had one to do surveillance, and they had another one to be high profile and transparent. The Liquor Commission doesn't have that infrastructure and setup. As I was bringing this up over the last 6 years that I've been in place, everybody has asked, why isn't this? I don't have a reason for it. But under our new administration, we were brought in to clean up and change a lot of stuff that we felt could be done better. And this was one of the many items that we have changed or are asking to be changed. With that in mind, our investigators on a nightly basis are out at our 6,400 licensed establishments. At times they are running surveillance, so they do need an undescript license plate or a license plate that is a regular one to do some of their daily operations. At the same time, we run operations or security details at either open venue establishments like Meadowbrook or New Hampshire Bank of New Hampshire Pavilion now, Bike Week down at the beach, where we have decaling that's magnetic for the cars. We just don't have license plates to be high profile. That license plate, I do have a rendition. The proposed rendition or the proposed license plate will look very similar to one when I rebranded Marine Patrol when they merged into the state police. It's the same blue with the white background. We felt it was a good identifier, very easily identified by the public and by our licensees. And I've heard no negative pushback on this proposed initiative. I can answer any of your questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the committee? Representative C.
About how many license plates would be issued under this?
We have right now 30 investigators. We have 3 vehicles that are multi-use vehicles that would be plated under this initiative. As I was talking to the director and other personnel, Mr. Oberdank also, it was proposed that we would probably purchase a dual set just in case something happened to that first one. But we're talking in the area of maybe 80 plates.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up, Chair recognizes Director of Motor Vehicles. Well, actually, 2 people representing the Department of Motor Vehicles, Director Marasco and Jeff Oberdank. And both in support of the bill, looking for 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, and members of the committee, thank you for having me and Jeff here. As Director Armaganian stated, we do support the bill. There's no fiscal impact to the DMV. Director Armaganian originally reached out to see if that was something the DMV could do, and we realized that there had to be a change to the statute. It makes sense from a law enforcement standpoint, visibility, transparency, and again, because there's no real impact to our operation, we're happy to do it. So we support it. Registration Supervisor Jeff Oberdank can take any additional questions you may have. Me as well.
Thank you, sir. Questions from the committee? Representative St. Clair.
I have to have a question for you guys to justify my being here. My question is, why do things like this take so long and not just in-house?
I guess I could start with that. I think this particular statute, I give Director Armaganian a ton of credit because he wanted to do the right thing for his officers. And when you look at it and you realize other agencies are authorized to have a plate like that, but liquor enforcement wasn't, we just wanted to make that right. So this was the forum to do it. And we're just thankful you're giving us your time.
Thank you.
Representative Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, or perhaps this is for your cohort. We've heard in the past about license plate bills that have come before us that there's a significant software cost involved, and I assume that as you just testified, your numbers are correct. But can you sort of explain to me why we don't have that software issue in creating these plates?
So maybe I can just start with that as far as the plates will be paid for by liquor enforcement. So from that standpoint, there's no fiscal impact to the DMV. Aluminum obviously is, always at a premium, but the number of plates that we're talking about here, small number, but anything you have.
I would also add from a system standpoint, Representative, that we already have a transaction built for municipal police plates. This would just be using that same transaction. So we have full audit capabilities to ensure that we're issuing plates under the right transaction type and they're being charged the right fees.
Thank you, Mr. Oberdank. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Very good question, Representative Sykes. Thank you for that. Representative Sellers.
So in the statute, it doesn't talk about design at all, except for the motto "Live Free or Die" on the plate. And I know the other person that was just up and talked had somewhat of a design of the plate. Do you have any problems with that at all? Or is that more design come to the DMV's purview as far as how it's going to be?
I think I can start. I think the design of the plate actually models other plates that already exist to include a state police plate, Marine Patrol plate, and actually I believe the director, that's what this plate was actually modeled after a Marine Patrol plate. So they're very similar.
Follow up?
So it will still have the "Live Free or Die" on there as well, right?
We can certainly pass this around if you'd like to take a look at it, Representative.
No, I'm all set.
It does say have Live Free or Die at the top. It is very recognizable as state enforcement agency, as a state liquor enforcement, and New Hampshire Liquor Commission. So in the event that a citizen wants to know Who the vehicle belongs to, it's clearly identifiable, and live free or die is up at the top.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none. Well, with these plates, now you'll be subject to the next bill we see to remove the private plates. So we'll see how that goes in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
With nobody else signed up to speak on House Bill 268 FN, I'm going to close the public hearing. Our next hearing is on Bill HB 163 FN at 10 o'clock. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. Being 10:01, I'm going to open up the public hearing on House Bill 163 FN relative to authorized license plate decals. Chair recognizes the prime sponsor, Representative Sellers. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and representatives. Thank you for this time. My name is Representative Sellers. I represent Grafton District 18. At this time, this bill here was presented to me, so I would actually be a sponsor of it. And as a veteran myself of a little over 6 years, I looked at this and I said, well, to me, it just looked like a little bit of housekeeping. And to point out a few items here, because there are a couple other speakers today that will actually dive into the more details of this as well. But I mean, housekeeping, you can see on line 10, you know, we've added Space Force, which has been new in the last, I think, 3 years or so. And then also on line 16, the Coast Guard cross. And then you go through 21 through, I don't know, 30, 31, I guess. And these are all distinguished medals and also medals for heroism. And then on the second page, 1 through 4. The speakers behind me, we got the Adjutant General here today, and he's going to basically talk to the sections 21 to 30 or 21 to 29. These seem to be medals that are very, very, very seldom given, but having them in the law could mean that even if one person wanted them, and it could be in the next 20 years, it would be what I understand, it might be quite a bit. I mean, these medals here are basically for colonels and generals and so forth on up, so they're not given out quite that often. So other than that, there's really not much more I can say to this. You did get a handout on 163. Where the veterans plate decals, these are the actual decals. And again, we have another speaker that will actually speak to these decals and stuff. So I'll be glad to take any questions at this time.
Thank you, Representative. Any questions from the committee? Representative Jones.
Thank you. One of the people that are going to speak into this, so are they going to be able to speak about authentication?
What do you mean by authentication?
Well, I assume you go to DMV and you have to show proof that you meet some of these standards.
What I'm hearing in the background, yes, they will.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you very much, Representative.
Thank you all.
What is that? Next up, Chair recognizes Warren Perry in support of the bill, looking for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Warren Perry. I'm the Deputy Adjutant General for New Hampshire's Department of Military Affairs and Veteran Services. We support the bill, but we are going to recommend an amendment to delete lines 21 through 29 that covers the Distinguished Service Medals. And I'll talk a little bit about that as we go through. For your information, the Department of Military Affairs and Veteran Services, specifically the Division of Veteran Services, is responsible for the issue and the authentication of eligibility for these decals that go onto the plates. We believe that the medals that are listed in lines 21 through 29, the Distinguished Service Medals, and then the Distinguished Service Medals for each of the separate branches, including the Defense Superior Service Medal and the Legion of Merit, are not really medals that would warrant being put on decals. I mean, these are service medals. They're generally presented to people who have worked at the highest levels of the Pentagon or in combatant commands, generally reserved for 3- and 4-star generals or admirals, and very, very rarely presented. So we just don't think that they should be on the decal plates, right? We prefer the medals that are awarded for valor or heroism. So we're making the recommendation that they be deleted from this particular bill. Just for your information, we've issued about the issue of the medals we currently issue. We've issued only 3 sets of Silver Star, only 17 sets of the Bronze Star for Valor because it requires the Valorous citation, and 17 sets of medals for Gold Star families. And in each of these cases, some veterans who earned these medals or awarded these medals bought multiple sets because they have multiple cars. So it's very rare that we issue medal sets anyway. In terms of the service decals and adding Space Force, so far we've issued 225 sets of Army, 122 sets of Navy, 152 sets of Air Force, 281 sets of Marine Corps, Semper Fi, although I was in the Army. They're leading the way, and 61 sets of the Coast Guard. We love them all. So from that perspective, we just think that there won't be any demand for these particular distinguished service medals based on the level you have to attain in rank and service to be able to get them. I think I know of one retired 3-star general that lives in New Hampshire. His name is Pete Van Gel. I think he's from Boscawen. Some of you may know him. Used to be my boss. So we just don't think that these it's just not necessary for 2 reasons. 1, there will be no demand, and 2, the service medals are not necessarily presented for heroic acts. So that's really my statement. Before I end my statement, I'll say that the other medals that are added in this legislation, the medals for heroism that begin on line 30 of page 2 and go through line 4 of page 3, those Soldiers Medal, Airman's Medal, Navy and Marine Corps Medal, Coast Guard Medal, those are medals that are presented in peacetime for members of the Department of Defense who risk their lives to save a life, and very, very rarely presented. Right now, in 28 years of my service, I've only known 2 people that received the Soldier's Medal. One of them is one of our state troopers, Seth Garr, who was pulling people out of the towers in New York City on 9/11. So it's they deserve to have the sticker if they want one. There's no doubt about that. So we absolutely support the bill and the other changes. We just recommend that these medals be deleted. So subject to your questions, and I'm happy to answer all of your questions.
Thank you very much. Questions from the committee? Representative Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could you just give me those numbers again for Navy?
I will absolutely just bring you the paper. Is that sufficient?
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Next up, Chair recognizes Kevin Grady, State Veterans Advisory Committee. Doesn't look like taking a position on the bill, looking for 3 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen of the committee. For the record, my name is Kevin Grady. I'm a 25-year veteran of our Air Force and a 23-year resident of the town of Hooksett. And today I'm here representing the State Veterans Advisory Committee. For those of you unfamiliar with our work, and I'm glad I get a chance to see you this morning, we are a group of 20 veteran service organizations, which should be familiar to you. Things like the American Legion, the Veterans of Foreign War, Disabled American Veterans. I personally represent the Air and Space Forces Association, used to be the Air Force Association. Now we've added the Space Force because they're a separate service that just celebrated their 3rd-year anniversary in December. We are chartered actually by state RSA 115:A-8. If you want to look up who it is we are and what we do, to sort of speak for the veterans in our state, one of the things that I do when we get the language on bills is I pick out the ones that have veteran impact, and then I come and I tell you folks what it is that we think about those bills. The reason I haven't taken a position on this one is pretty much what Colonel Perry just talked to you about, is that one section about the awards that are primarily awards for hired folks in the military, and also are used for retirements or permanent change of station awards things. I will give you an example. When we discussed this at our State Veterans Advisory Committee meeting, and we did have the language We voted to follow this rather than take a position on it because there are parts we support, but then there are other parts that we think, I don't think there's going to be a lot of demand for this. So the Legion of Merit is typically an award. You'll see that on line number 29 on the first page there. That's an award that's given to colonels when they retire. And so we went around the room, we said, who in here has the Legion of Merit? And about a half a dozen hands went up. You know, who in here wants it on their license plate? All the hands went down. So we think that the actual demand for these awards that are primarily for doing your job, but not for heroism and other things like that, we think the demand is going to be very, very low. And so that's why we would prefer to see them come out of this bill. So again, I was told to just kind of follow this, but it seemed like a good opportunity because this is the first time I've testified for your committee this year to tell you kind of who it is, what we do at the State Veterans Advisory Committee. You're more than welcome to join us at any one of our meetings. We typically meet the first Tuesday of every month at the Cross Training Center in Pembroke at 5 o'clock. And the other thing I want to do is just kind of throw out there, if you're going to co-sponsor a bill or sponsor a bill that has veteran involvement, please let us know. We'd be more than happy to help you wordsmith language or tell you about whether this thing that you're proposing has been tried in the past, and if it didn't work before, why it didn't work before. We're a resource that you folks can use. And sir, subject to my any questions that you have, that's all I wanted to tell you this morning.
Thank you very much. Always good to see somebody from Hooksett.
Yes, sir.
Any questions from the committee? I just have one.
Thank you.
It's safe to say if lines 21 through 29 were amended out of the bill, you possibly would have a supportive position?
If you amend those lines out, the State Veterans Advisory Committee will support this bill, yes.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yes, sir.
Seeing no other questions, thank you again. Next up, Chair recognizes, I'm going to say Eric Painter, representing himself, supporting of the bill, looking for 6 to 8 minutes. Did I say it right? Eric Painter? Piner, sorry. Power, okay. Thank you. Welcome, sir.
Thank you for letting me testify in front of the Transportation Committee. For the record, my name is Eric Power. I'm a resident of Brookline in the southern part of the state, and I support this bill. You have a handout in front of you that talks about HB 163, a pictorial. It shows the top 21 medals that we have in the United States military, from the Medal of Honor through the Purple Heart and everything in between. On the left side, you'll see stars that indicate the current RSA 21C4 that shows the available decals today. And then you see in green the bill, which is proposing to add a number of decals so that every decal or every award in the top 21 is available for fairness to members of the military that have earned these awards. On the second page, I wanted to mention that there was some research done on what is happening in the other 50 states, and of this list here, how many are done by each state. And you can see there's quite a variance here. There's some as low as just 2, all the way up to 20. And so there's New Hampshire is basically in the middle. We're about average. There's 25 states that offer them less than us, and we're kind of in the middle. There's the balance or more, and there's some tied with New Hampshire. So I think this bill, whatever form it goes forward in, should add to the number that we offer more than 6, and I would support that. Down below, you'll see the service seals of our 6 current military services. The Space Force was founded in December of 2019. And it was hasn't been added to this bill. I know there was another bill, I think it was HB 206, that is recognizing the Space Force in some other legislation, but not in this. So I think it's wise not to leave our what they call guardians in the Space Force out. So the other piece I want to mention is I'm also a veteran myself. I served for 30 years in the Air Force, both in the Air National Guard and the Air Force Reserve. And so I have a background in what the medals mean. And I myself am a recipient of 2 Legions of Merit, just to let you know about that. So when I saw this, that was left out, as well as all the Distinguished Service Medals, I was wondering why that happened, because there are medals below that that are offered, but not ones above it. So it seems a matter of fairness that if you happen to earn one of these medals, distinguished medals, these are not easily earned for folks that serve in the military. They're reserved, as they said, for colonels, Navy captains, and Coast Guard captains, and some 1, 2, 3, 4-star generals for some of the higher ones. The Legion of Merit is sometimes awarded to very senior enlisted in E9, maybe serving as a command sergeant major or a command chief master sergeant or equivalent master chief in the Navy. And so those awards, those folks have sacrificed decades of service. So I think it's fair for them. They didn't have a single heroic act, a single valor. Maybe they never had the opportunity, but they did dedicate decades of service to their country. So that's why I think that those are included. They're also higher ranking in the precedence than some of the others that are on the list. So I think it makes sense to consider those to pass the bill as recommended. I think that New Hampshire wants to take care of our veterans, recognize our veterans, allow them to have that decal, because it can spark a conversation to say, wow, what is this Distinguished Service Medal that you have? What is this Airman's Medal that you have? What is this Soldier's Medal that you have? Some people don't want to have that. Some people do. Some people are very private. Some people are very proud of it. So leaving that option open for all of the medals that are listed here in this bill, I think is a wise move, and would honor veterans and give them the choice whether they want the decal or not. There are not that many that would be awarded, so I don't think it's a major expense for the state. And I would recommend that you pass this. Ought to pass out of committee. Thank you. I'll take any questions.
Thank you, sir. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you again.
Thank you.
That's the last speaker I have signed up on House Bill 163 FN. I'm going to close the public hearing. Next up, we've got House Bill 646 FN at 10:30. All right, welcome back. Being 10:33, I'm going to open up the public hearing on House Bill 646 FN. Chair recognizes Representative Tom Mannon to introduce the bill. Good morning, sir.
Morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name's Tom Mannion. I represent Hillsborough District 1, Pelham. I'm here to introduce House Bill 646, eliminating the vehicle inspection mandate for non-commercial vehicles. I'll start with a small story. A few years back, I was driving up 495 when my alternator gave out. I coasted across multiple lanes of traffic and managed to pull over safely. As I awaited AAA, I looked over at my car inspection sticker, not even a month old. These stickers do not give a force field of safety. They do not guarantee a car will make it a year without problems. What they do, however, is create headaches for the rest of us and burden low-income families disproportionately. These families stretch car lifetimes because they have to. When presented with a list of nitpicky problems that must be addressed to get state-sponsored Gold Star, they'll just continue to operate with a rejection sticker and eat whatever potential fines because it's cheaper than repairs or buying a new vehicle. Only 14 states require annual safety inspections. 14. Safety inspections is also a misnomer. The Government Accountability Office published a study that showed no correlation between vehicle crashes and inspection mandates. In fact, 94% of vehicle crashes are caused by driver error, with mechanical failure being 2%. And like my Dodge Avenger on 495, those failures can still occur with an inspection sticker. So we're introducing a burden onto drivers with no provable benefit. Direct dollar components aside, there's a time cost as well. These stations are open during average working hours, requiring taking time off to get our permission slips. So hourly workers are not only paying the cost of the inspection and potential repairs, but losing out on wages for the time required to get it done. The other argument I've been hearing is about the inspections from an emissions standpoint. Nature.com released a study outlining that in 2020, when most of the industrialized countries locked down production and vast quantities of individuals were no longer commuting, the global CO2 emission levels were only slowed by, at most, 7.5%. Think about how we're still reeling from supply chain shortages, the evisceration of small businesses, rampant inflation, and teasing of a global recession, and we barely moved the needle for CO2. And the EPA thinks emissions testing Granite State or sedans is justified. They have their scary extortion threats that they'll just keep our tax money and not pay for the highways. So we're operating a program out of fear of federal retribution, costing Granite Staters money to comply with yet another overreaching mandate from DC. And there's enough evidence from 2020 to conclude that it doesn't even serve the intended purpose. Over half the states don't require emissions testing. I guess Florida doesn't have highways or dense urban areas that the EPA claims requires annual testing. Back to the supply chain shortages. For a moment, during the last few years, getting parts required to repair vehicles has experienced waves of difficulty. How are you supposed to bring your vehicle up to compliance when parts aren't available? Do the police take this into account and just look the other way? All the fear-mongering about cars exploding into rusty shrapnel or whatever the argument is on the highways is on hold? Or are we not supposed to drive to work until the supply chain is corrected? What if I'm part of the supply chain and I can't legally drive my vehicle to deliver the parts to fix my car? I think it's time to join the 36 other states that do not require annual safety inspections. I urge you to vote OTP on HB 646. I'll take your questions.
Thank you, Representative. Any questions from the committee? I just have one. What did you say failed?
My alternator.
An alternator?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Cool. Thank you.
Representative Sellers?
Thank you, Chair. So you mentioned this inspection stickers, and I tend to agree with you. It's for one moment in time. So when they inspect it, it's perfect. Everything's great. You drive out the door and something could happen. That's what you're saying. Is that correct?
Yes.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you again.
Thank you.
Next up, Chair recognizes Rebecca Oler from the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services, is opposed to the bill, looking for 3 minutes. Welcome.
Click on the microphone.
Rebecca Oler, Department of Environmental Services. And yes, the department is opposed to this bill. Light duty vehicles and medium duty vehicles are the number one source of air pollution in the state of New Hampshire. The primary pollutants that are of concern are both particulate matter as well as the nitrogen oxide and volatile organic compounds that are emitted. They react in the presence of sunlight and form ground level ozone, which is a very strong respiratory irritant and can be, in summertime, get high enough so that we put out air quality action days that recommend that children and people with respiratory issues and elderly not go outside. We still do have days like that in New Hampshire in the summer. We have far fewer now than we did in the past. One of the key reasons for that is because we've implemented an onboard diagnostics and inspection program, and annually all light duty and medium duty vehicles need to pass that inspection. And that inspection ensures that the vehicle's emission control system is working as designed by the manufacturer. This doesn't get to the safety portion of the inspection, and I'm sure others will speak to that. The department's position on this is just related to the emissions that come out. We've seen a significant reduction in emissions from the transportation sector over the years. As a result, we are in compliance with federal standards now. However, under the Clean Air Act, the measures that a state takes to get into compliance with a federal standard must remain in place to ensure that we stay in compliance with that standard. As you see in our testimony letter, and Jessica, will you hand? I'm sorry, we've got a testimony letter coming out. If our vehicle inspection program was submitted as a federal attainment tool and was approved by the Environmental Protection Agency, even if New Hampshire were to stop implementing our vehicle inspection OBD program, technically the EPA could come in and enforce its continued operation in the state. It's unlikely that they would do that, but it would cause a big headache for the state. I'll stop at that, and if anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, Representative Sakes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Olner, how many states have an OBD type of program? Do you know the answer to that?
I'm sorry, I don't know the answer to that.
Could that be gotten for us?
Yes.
Okay, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Representative Sellers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We just heard previous testimony saying there's 36 states that don't require inspection. How do they get away with that as far as the environmental services?
Well, not every state has experienced non-compliance with the federal ground level ozone standards. So some of those states probably were not required to have the onboard diagnostics inspection to begin with. And other than that, I don't know. Again, I don't know the exact number of states that have it, but I will find that out and get that information to the committee.
Further questions from the committee? Representative St. Clair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not really sure about this, but is the entire state of New Hampshire under the same rules for emission controls?
The entire state is, and this was the result of sort of an interesting bartering with the EPA when we were first required to implement a onboard diagnostics inspection program. The requirement was for the southern four counties, which was where our major non-attainment was. We had periodic elevated levels in the North Country. The requirement was for a dynamometer style testing, where you actually put drove your vehicle in, and they would turn it on and actually drive it on this dynamometer and do tailpipe, put a probe right in the tailpipe. That was right around the same time that the onboard diagnostics system was incorporated into all light duty vehicles. And so we basically made a bargain with the EPA and said, rather than do this really intrusive program in the southern half of the state, the OBD inspection only takes a few minutes. It's much quicker. It's actually also more effective at catching malfunctions before they cause significant pollution. And so as part of that negotiation, New Hampshire implemented a statewide program with the less intrusive inspection requirement rather than tailpipe dynamometer testing in just the southern 4 counties.
Follow-up?
Thank you. Are you familiar with the states that don't have a vehicle inspection? And I'll use Colorado as an example, that have machinery placed around, especially metropolitan areas such as Denver, that will pick up exhaust from vehicles as they go by, and are able to identify the vehicle by their rear license plate and send out a notice to the vehicle owner that they need to get it in and get that emissions fixed?
I'm not aware of that. I would, it sounds like that probably is only addressing visible emissions, because it's probably by camera, because do you know?
No, it's actual, they actually, the tailpipe, they're able to grab that. Don't ask me how, but they do.
I'm having a hard time figuring out how that would work, but no, I'm not familiar with that.
All right, thank you.
I have one question. Are any federal funds at jeopardy if this bill were to pass, and if so, how much? Highway fund money?
I don't know from federal highway. I'm sorry, I don't know the answer to that. I work primarily with the Environmental Protection Agency, and I'm not aware of funding that would be impacted by this, although they could reduce our clean air funding if we were to not implement this.
Okay, is that something you could look into as well?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Representative Coker?
Are there in states that do have these the emissions inspections? Is it always required to be an annual inspection, or are there other programs that other states might have and still stay in compliance with the EPA?
I'm not sure I know the answer to that either, but I will find that out.
Further questions from the committee? Do you want to follow up? Okay.
And what would be the consequences? Other than financial consequences, is there any other consequences that we would have if we dropped out of the CPA program? Is it like, is there teeth behind it, or I'm just trying to understand, other than obviously the good environmental impact, what being in the good graces does for us?
I actually, so now that you frame it that way, the EPA could sanction the state and reduce some of our funding. I think that the important, a very important aspect is that we also would be exposing our children and our elderly and our people with respiratory issues to unnecessarily high levels of pollution. I think that DOT will get in, DMV will get into failure rates. I'm not sure if they're going to talk specifically about the onboard diagnostics aspect or just safety, but we do see even brand new vehicles, even, a 2022 or 2023 vehicle will sometimes fail the onboard diagnostics check. And in many ways, that's doing the owner of that vehicle a service, because it might not have gotten to the point yet where it's triggered that check engine light, but it can potentially do additional damage to other components if allowed to go unrepaired.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
No, that's fine. We do have is it EPA related directly, or air directly? Because we have a lot of other specialists in the room. Go ahead.
Are you aware of any programs that could assist any low-income people who fail inspection for these reasons?
That's not an area that I work in. I'm not specifically aware of any. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chair recognizes Alicia Brinson, representing New Car, opposed to the bill. Come on up.
Sorry, just wasn't aware if this was on. But my name is Alicia Brinson. I've actually worked in the automotive industry for about 10 years now. I'm currently the service lane manager at New Car Auto Mall in Tilton. I started my journey off as a technician, so I formerly was a licensed inspector. So I actually did want to touch upon some of the specific things that the gentleman stated on the opposing view. So he stated that it looks like he ended up on the side of the road in his Dodge Avenger due to an alternator that had failed. I just wanted to specify that this is an electrical component. There's realistically no way that any mechanic inspector could gauge the usable life of that alternator. That would essentially be like us going to the doctors and stating, hey, how long am I going to live? Obviously, that's not something the doctor could supply us with factually. If a mechanical part's broken, obviously it's not going to work all of the time. If there's an electrical component that's failing, once again, there's no way to physically be able to gauge its usable life. A lot of times too, electrical components might work intermittently at the end of their lifetime. So once again, I just don't necessarily see the viewpoint of this gentleman trying to state that his inspection sticker had any influence on the fact that he was on the side of the road with a failed alternator. Even further, so I know he discussed some things like compliance of time. It's difficult for, you know what I mean, anybody to find time off of work to comply to inspection needs. Realistically, dealerships are open a length of hours. Even inspection stations are open until 6 o'clock. Shuttle services. You could drop off your car, have your vehicle inspected, pick it up at the end of your workday, get a shuttle service, get a shuttle ride, or like get somebody within your family, your friends, your workplace to bring you to a facility to have your inspection done. So I'm not necessarily seeing the fact that it's an inconvenience or a time sensitive item. There's a lot of things that inspection stations put in place in order for people to be able to do the simple thing, which is inspect their vehicle and ensure their safety. He also did state something about parts. A lot of parts being on back order or not readily available. This is a hindrance with a lot of OEM parts. However, we do have the bandwidth to use used parts, aftermarket parts, reman parts. So how much of the problem is that? In my professional opinion, it's not a large enough problem to create a conflict. There's many different ways to overcome the obstacle of not having a part, especially with how many, you know, I mean, local places where it's AutoZone, other auto parts places, Bo Auto Parts, used parts, aftermarket parts, they're all readily available to us. And how many parts are interchangeable from one vehicle to another where we could use those? So I think that's basically what I wanted to say to argue that gentleman's point. I don't necessarily see the viewpoint as a perspective. A lot of it's just one-offs. How much of the problem is it? Is it 10%? Is it 5%? And in my professional opinion, it doesn't necessarily seem like it's enough of a problem in that one situation or even the viewpoints that he said. So parts availability, time, and an electrical component that failed. I don't necessarily see an arguing point.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Representative Sellers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the same question I asked the other gentleman is, the inspection sticker is for that moment in time. Would you agree?
Yes and no. So there are wearable items that can be measured, like brakes and tires. Putting in perspective, 230 seconds for tires or below would cause the vehicle to fail inspection. For brakes, same thing. So it is a moment in time, but there are wearable items that we can measure. So example, if the brakes measure at 230 seconds at that time, or the tires measure at 230 seconds at that time, that is live. However, we can obviously know that a year's time, those tires are going to be significantly lower. Even if tires come in measuring, putting in perspective at 530 seconds, realistically, depending on the average driver, 10, 12,000 miles a year, those tires might actually be shot before the year's up and their next inspection's due.
Follow up?
So another part of that question is, does New Car and do other dealers that you know of, especially you work for New Car, you said, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do they guarantee or warranty the inspection up until the next inspection year?
We do not, but most dealerships. Okay.
You do not? That was the answer?
Sorry, I didn't know if he I'm sorry, I didn't know if he cut me off and I couldn't speak further, but I was actually going to state we measure components on a scale of green, yellow, and red. So of course the inspection laws are pretty much black and white. The conversation would be your vehicle doesn't fail for safety requirements. However, this may be of concern and we can make an advisement for the guest or customer to take care of those needs. But it is black and white. If it fails, it fails. If it passes, it passes. But we do give that further analogy to the customer.
Okay. I've got one question. I was going to save it for the Department of Safety, but I think you're probably going to be able to answer it real easy. Is an alternator or a generator even part of a safety inspection?
It is not.
Thank you. Any other questions from the committee? Representative Coker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So for when a car comes in for like a routine, like service type, like an oil change or something like that, most places give out, I remember the like kind of red, green, whatever, on parts that are wearing out. What do you think the compliance is for people? Like when you give that information to the customers, do most customers act on it, especially when you're like, hey, this is in the red area, this is like, or do you see them blow it off? Like, what is your, I guess, opinion on that?
I wouldn't say they blow it off. On average, I'd say it's about 50%.
Yeah. So, but they do get the information, most cars come in for oil changes every 6 months or so, or at least yearly, and they get that information of what's wearing off on their car.
Correct. Yes.
Thank you.
Representative Schultz.
Thank you. So does New Car have any sort of fund to help people that are low income that fail inspection? And if not, how do you work with people who obviously have significant financial constraints?
So to elaborate upon that, we do have finance options. It's actually through a program called Sunbit. We can't guarantee what the customer would get approved for. Obviously, it's something that they would have to try and we'd have to see the result. We do also have factory goodwill. So we have 5 different franchises. Within those franchises, obviously, if the customer or the guest had loyalty, we could ask the manufacturer to assist. Or even depending on the loyalty of the guest, we might even implement or extend or bestow a gesture upon the customer to help them financially with that obstacle.
And Representative Schultz, I see the direction of your questioning. I think when the Department of Motor Vehicles comes up, they can probably answer your question a lot more accurate. Not that you weren't accurate, but I think they can be more specific. Representative Sellers, we have 7 more cards, and they're all experts in the room. Would you want one more question? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to confirm, like I said before, there's no way you can guarantee or warranty an inspection. It's only good for that one moment in time, correct?
Correct.
Thank you very much. Chair recognizes Bill Gurney from Gurney's Auto. Opposed to the bill, looking for 5 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Bill Gurney. My wife and I own Gurney's Automotive Repair in Nashua, New Hampshire, and Milford. I've been doing this for 48 years or so. You'll hear statistics, states. I'm a professional technician. I'm AAC Master Certified. I've looked at tens of thousands of cars over the years. The New Hampshire State Inspection Program is a program that increases safety on the road. We talk about, can we guarantee that that car is going to be safe in a year? I can't guarantee anything out of my control. I will tell you that common sense, for me, if I ask a question of the committee, Mr. Chairman, if I said if we eliminate state inspections in the state of New Hampshire, will the roads be more safe or will they be less safe? I'll leave that to you. This isn't about just safety of that motor vehicle and that person is driving it. It's about the safety of your family, your children, and your grandchildren. If someone's driving a car and those tires, which are a big thing, especially on the rear of that car, are not conforming to what they should be, you have zero. When I say zero, you have zero control of that car when it breaks loose from the rear. That car will go 360 degrees and you will have zero ability to control it. I have driven a car in controlled conditions at Michelin Training Center on a track with tires on the back of the car. And when that car goes, you will not, and you won't be able to protect yourself from anybody else on the road. We see people come in and they're thankful that we have noticed something in a car. And it could be a brand new car. It could be 3 months old. If you hit a curb, you hit a pothole, and you put a blemish in that tire, you won't know that. But that tire could be a may pop at any time. It's the best deal on Main Street to have your vehicle looked at by a professional technician once a year and have some sense of confidence that it's going to be safe for your family. Again, I have looked at tens of thousands of cars over my lifetime. And people, some are aware of things and they don't want to fix them. Absolutely. Some people get aware of them and they want to fix them. Absolutely. But if your grandchild is in the car ahead of that person with the bad tires, and you lose that grandchild, you will not ever recover from that. I am certainly open to any questions regarding this, but again, are the roads safer or less safe by eliminating the statute? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Questions from the committee? Representative Stoughton.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. Mr. Gurney, what percentage, could you give me a ballpark figure of what percentage of vehicles that come into your garage fail inspection?
I wouldn't give you a figure that I cannot give you that figure. I know the state has the figure of the failures. I could get that figure if you ask me to, and I could get that to the committee, but I don't want to make something up. I'm not a person that I don't want to guess.
Okay. All right. Can I have just,
Did you want to follow up?
yes, please. What kinds of things are vehicles most likely to fail on?
Tires are certainly a big one. Brakes are certainly a big one. Suspension parts, steering and suspension parts, certainly a big one. In New England and New Hampshire, rust, structural rust. So you look at the frames on some of these cars, and we have inspected cars that we tell customers, listen, they're not safe for your family. Do not fix, and we don't want you to fix it. We don't want them to spend money with us. We want them to get a different car. They're not safe for the road. And they don't know that because a frame, as long as it's together, you're not going to see it. As soon as you get in an accident and that rear bumper support or that rear frame, that car folds up like an accordion and you lose a child, it is not a game.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Gorski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Gurney, for taking my question. My question kind of dovetails Representative Staub's question. How many cars have you seen in regards to inspections that you've said to yourself, oh my goodness, this car should not be on the road?
Over my career?
Yeah.
Oh, again, I don't have a number, so whatever I say is subjective. A lot. I mean, there are cars that should not be on the road and not for us to fix. They shouldn't be on the road, period. And someone's going to get hurt or someone is going to get hurt.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you for your time, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your time, members of the committee.
Next up, Chair recognizes Bob Scully from the Hampshire Motor Transport Association, opposed to the bill, seeking 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Bob Scully, President, New Hampshire Motor Transport Association. I just want to clarify, it's a point on here. So in the methodology section of the bill, they do define what a commercial motor vehicle is. So just so the committee understands, the definition of commercial motor vehicles start at 10,000 pounds. So trucks between 10,000 pounds and 26,000 pounds, according to this proposed piece of legislation, would be exempt, okay? And that would violate federal code. I'll give you the exact, try to pull it up here. 396.17 in the Federal Code of Regulations cites those vehicles that have to be inspected annually. So we would be in violation, at least the industry that I represent, of federal law if you pass this bill, at least with that language in it. And then my second concern, which is different than other speakers, is on your fiscal impact. And you note the loss of $4.2 million in the highway fund. The House Public Works Committee deals more with some of the highway funding issues, but with the reduction in the highway fund, the electric vehicles, the hybrid vehicles that travel on our roads, the highway fund monies are slowly dwindling. So I would offer to you that I think this is a grave concern. So those are the 2 reasons why I oppose this piece of legislation.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the committee? Representative St. Clair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I may be missing something, but reading this bill, on line 2, it says the director may require the inspection of any vehicle which requires a commercial driver's license to operate. Don't you have to have a commercial driver's license for everything 10,000 pounds and up? Am I correct with that?
No, you don't have to have a commercial driver's license for that. You need a commercial driver's license for vehicles over 26,000 pounds. You need to be in drug testing over 26,000 pounds. You can drive a commercial motor vehicle under 26,000 pounds with a regular operator's license.
Follow up?
Yeah, go ahead.
I guess it's been my bad experience to be stopped in a box truck by state police inspectors who think that my truck is over 10,000 pounds, and which it's not. But that's the first thing they look at is the weight, and they're asking me for a CDL. So I guess my question is everybody else aware of that?
I'm looking for folks from the Department of Safety here. They can answer that question. I would tell you I'm terribly surprised that you've had a 10,000 pound vehicle and want to ask for a CDL license.
Thank you.
You can hold on to that one until we get safety. Seeing no other questions, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Next up, Chair recognizes Dan Goodman from AAA. The card says you support the bill, and you're looking for 3 minutes.
I apologize, Chairman. That's an
W- w-
error.
Would you like me to change it?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Yeah. My apologies. For the record, my name is Dan Goodman. I represent AAA of Northern New England, and we are here in opposition to the bill. Guess I was just in a rush to get here. I was all excited. We historically advocate for bills that make New Hampshire roads safer, and that is the sole reason why we here. We feel that if you repeal the vehicle inspection mandate, this will make the roads for all users less safe. Back in 1966, AAA helped draft the National Highway Safety Act, which was included in that was the first national standards for motor vehicle inspections. And we recognized back in 1966, and we recognize in 2023 the importance of vehicle inspections. They keep our roads safe. They are very vital to keep our roads safe, in fact. Each year, AAA automotive professionals, and sometimes myself, we travel around New Hampshire and we do free pre-winter checkups at our different branches throughout the state, where we check brakes, steering components, lights, tires, and other issues, and I'm usually the one checking the tire gauges. That's my experience. That's as much as my expertise is. And at these events, I can tell you, we see countless bald tires, bad brakes, bad exhaust systems, and we hear countless times people just asking, "You sure we can't get through the winter with these tires, with these bald tires?" And I mean, we're there just advising them and trying to help them prepare for the winter. So we see it firsthand hundreds of times every winter. And as was mentioned previously, we think this is a fantastic deal to have a trusted professional mechanic look at your vehicle for a very good deal. They conduct a very comprehensive inspection on your vehicle for a modest price. So I'll just end with that we oppose this, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. Questions from the committee? Representative Coker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So would you say that there's a lot of availability for anybody, anybody with a vehicle to get their car inspected, without some kind of a mandate? I mean, it seems like there's, the routine oil changes. There's just so many touch points that most people are going to get their car inspected at. Do you think that people would do that less if there wasn't an inspection yearly?
Thank you for the question. That's a little beyond my expertise. There are people from the dealers and that could answer that better. But I would say in highway safety, whether it's impaired driving laws, teen driver laws, there's to change people's behaviors. It takes three legs. We call it like the stool. You have education, engineering, and enforcement. So without that enforcement, you don't change behavior. And so we feel if like there wasn't that mandate, that behavior wouldn't change, and they would drive with unsafe vehicles.
All right, thank you.
Further questions? Representative St. Clair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's very nice to see you again. And I'm going to ask you the same question I asked you. You may remember the last time you testified. You said the AAA is opposed to this. Are we talking about the AAA membership, or are we talking about the AAA board of directors or some sort?
Thank you for the question. It's great to see you as well, and I appreciate the question. It never gets old. I'm happy to answer it every bill. So AAA, before we started helping everyone, the 527,000 members in New Hampshire roadside, we started as a public policy advocacy organization. That's where our roots are. Before we were helping people in emergency roadside, it was a group of individuals who the roads were not suitable for cars. They were suitable for horses. And so they got together and they advocated their state legislators and the national legislators to let's work on making the roads safer for vehicles. So we've always been advocating for policies to make our roads and highways safer for all users. So that's just been in our roots to always. And I know it's for some people, it's where they're curious on why we're there, but we feel that's in AAA's DNA to advocate for policies we feel we're the advocate for the motorist.
Sure, follow up.
Thank you, but you didn't answer my question directly. I want to know, did you take a survey of the members of AAA in the state of New Hampshire with regards to this bill, or is this something that in your safety thoughts, the board of directors decided on?
Thank you for the question. I would say that we did not survey members on this issue.
Thank you.
Representative Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Goodman. Actually, all I want was, you mentioned three-legged stool. Got that slightly backwards, but I only caught two of them. So could you just repeat all three?
Thank you for the question, Representative. Engineering, enforcement, yes.
Okay.
And
Representative Sellers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So would you say it's true that these vehicles that you've seen, that you do these somewhat pre-inspections with bad tires or something else gone wrong with them, these are vehicles that have already been inspected previously? Sometime during the year?
Thank you for the question. That is something that we don't look at.
Seeing no other questions, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up, Chair recognizes Tracy Borvash from the New Hampshire Motorcyclist Rights Organization, opposed to the bill, looking for 3 minutes to speak. Thank you. Welcome.
Good morning, or is it afternoon now with all the minutes? Thank you, Chairman Walsh and committee members. I am Tracy Borvash. I'm the president of New Hampshire Motorcycle Rights Organization, also known as NHMRO, and we are in opposition of this bill. I'm going to give you the quick synopsis of why. The last time an industry survey was done by the motorcycle inspection failure people, the people who inspect motorcycles, it was roughly 30% of the motorcycles that failed inspections. How a rider rides determines how a back tire of a motorcycle wears. That's a statement you want to think about a little bit. How much weight a rider carries on their motorcycle is a factor. How many miles they put on it is a factor. And every rider rides different, and every rider rides a lot differently in a summertime or a season. And seasons are different for every rider. Unfortunately, most riders do not know how to check their tire tread depth. Most motorcycles don't even know how to check a lot of things on their motorcycle, especially anymore. We have a lot of new riders coming in riding, especially with what's happened and occurred with the pandemic. We have a lot of new riders coming in. They don't know how to work on their motorcycles. They don't know how to check anything on their motorcycles, and that's not a dig. It's a fact. It doesn't take much, truly, to the imagination to think about the tragic consequences on a motorcycle if our tire or our brake system fail. Those are two things that are key important elements when we get our motorcycles inspected. What else would I like to say? Also, representing the motorcyclists, we want to know that the other vehicles, obviously, on the roadways are inspected, because when we're on the roadways with them, we certainly don't want someone's brakes to fail and take us out. So that's important to us as well. And I want to share with you something that's important. Being part of NHMRO that we're proud of, we started a motorcycle safety task force along with the Department of Safety. We started this, we brought in the New Hampshire of Highway Safety, we brought in the state police, we brought in AAA of Northern New England, New Hampshire Automobile Dealers Association, iHeartMedia, the Liquor Commission, the Riders Education Program, and we started the Ride Smart Safety Program, which has now been adopted by the state, and it's actually going to end up being adopted by NHTSA. And we talk about riding smart, safely, maturely, aware, respectfully, and trained. And our key component with safely talks about checking our tires, our brake systems. But we can't do that alone. The riders are just not capable of doing that. They're not going to. Most riders will get on their motorcycle at the beginning of that season and not think about checking their tires. They just don't. And I'm going to tell you, as president of New Hampshire Motorcycle Rights, and my husband's sitting right here behind me, a lot of times I get on that motorcycle, I'm anxious to get on it, and I just don't take a look at that tire. So we believe in the inspections. We believe that they do work and they are important. So we are in opposition. The other one last component of this is that $4.2 million that we lose to protect our roads. Our roads up here, quite frankly, sometimes suck for us as motorcyclists. We need our roads to be safe for us to ride. So it's a key important to keep that money in the highway safety funds so we have safe roads for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Representative Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could I get a copy of that?
Of the Ride Smart?
Yes, please.
Yes, I can leave this with you if you want.
Perfect. Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up, Chair recognizes in support of the bill, Mary Smith, representing herself, seeking a couple of minutes. Greetings.
Greetings. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Chair and Committee, for taking the time to hear my testimony today. I'd like to start out by saying or asking, who is responsible for your safety? Is the government responsible for your safety? Is it someone else? Is it the police? Is it your parents? Is it your spouse? Who is responsible for your safety? Driving is essentially the most dangerous activity that I know of that people engage in on a regular basis. And I just want to bring some figures from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration into this conversation to help guide our understanding of exactly what sort of good or bad this bill could do. According to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, 42,915 people died in fatal car crashes in 2021. That was the soonest year I had available. Now, if we assumed all of those people were residents of New Hampshire, that'd be about 3% of our population, but that's the entirety of the United States. So that's about 0.01% of the population of the entire United States. Okay, what were the causes? According to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, they said the causes were drunk driving, lack of seatbelt use, speeding, distracted driving, and drowsy driving. Okay, removing the state inspections addresses exactly none of these. Okay, the state inspections, they're not inspecting that drivers are awake while they're driving. They're not inspecting drivers are not drunk while they're driving. They're not inspecting drivers' seat belts, if the seat belts work or if they put their seat belts on. New Hampshire's motto here is live free or die. And I think as exemplified by our lack of a seatbelt law, New Hampshire legislators trust New Hampshire residents to be responsible for their own safety. So that is the meat and potatoes of my testimony. I'm willing to take any questions, but I'm just a member of the public.
The most important members. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next up, Chair recognizes Dan Bennett, New Hampshire Auto Dealers Association, opposed to the bill, seeking 5 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I will be brief. I do have a handout. There's some pretty pictures on there, but there's also some really good data that I'd like you all to see. I'll make reference to in my testimony. Again, Dan Bennett, New Hampshire Auto Dealers Association. NHADA is a trade group representing the motor vehicle industry. We are 500 businesses, car, truck, snowmobile, ATV, construction, farm equipment, collision repairs, amongst others. Once again, as always, NHADA opposes this legislation. We have in the past for the multiple times it's been presented, including when we opposed it last year when this committee wisely ITL'd the bill 18-0 and it passed the House on the consent calendar. So a few points that I'll mention. Vehicle inspections catch recalls that save consumers money. Okay, the safety inspection program that we have in New Hampshire last year alerted citizens to over 224,000 open safety recalls on their vehicles. Those are open safety recalls whose cost to repair are covered by the manufacturer. So the vehicle inspection program in New Hampshire actually saves consumers money. The NHTSA studies show the mechanical defects or worn equipment on vehicles was a causative or aggravating factor in 12.6% crashes. So that's a pretty high percentage. The New Hampshire rate actually went up last year. It's now at 14.4%. You can see from the chart on the back, we have a year-over-year comparison, including the items, that information graciously supplied by the DMV. A Pennsylvania study in 2009 concluded that safety inspections play a significant role in saving lives. It stated that the Pennsylvania inspection program has reduced the number of fatal crashes by 115 to 169, saving 127 to 187 lives on an annual basis. So it's our opinion that if the safety inspection program saves one life, it's worth it. So I don't know what the acceptable number would be based on stuff that I've heard. So preventative maintenance saves money, right? So it's like an annual checkup with your doctor. Brakes and tires, $300 repair. If you have a catastrophic failure, the front end, it could cost $3,000. So that simple checkup actually saves money in the long run. All of our neighboring states have safety inspections. You cannot compare us to Florida or Arizona or other states. Further evidenced by the map that I have, and the information comes from DOT here. It's actually a winter severity rating. So some folks say, Colorado and Minnesota have snowy winters. They do, but when you look at in total the severity of the winters, we have 50-degree days in January, and it's going to be negative 25 this weekend, right? So we have these massive ranges. So you can't really compare us to all those others. You have to look at the New England region. We're a little microclimate, and you can see, it's actually, blazing red, meaning incredibly severe. A lot of those other states don't spray liquid salt water on their roads in the winter, road brine, the way that we do. So it does a unique amount of damage to vehicles here in New Hampshire. It was mentioned before, again, $500,000 loss to local municipalities, and then $4.2 million to the State Highway Fund. It's an incredible hole to fill. So again, this is problematic. We did talk about the emissions testing system was mentioned. So we can talk about that. We do have a federal requirement to do that annual testing. The safety inspection and the OBD2 testing process are tied together. The method with which we do OBD2 testing and reporting is tied to the annual safety inspection program. So with that safety inspection program goes away, so does our emissions testing program, putting us in violation. And emission reductions is a pretty simple concept, right? Once you get on a diet, you stay on a diet. And that's why we do it, so that we don't backslide with our clean air. We may be meeting it now, but we need to make sure that we stay that way. The bill also wipes out an issue that you heard a few weeks ago. This bill also wipes out all inspections for antique vehicles. And then the question was asked before about low-income individuals. There's the OBD2 testing system, just so you know, does have an economic hardship waiver process through the DMV if repairs cannot be afforded. So, sorry if I stole your thunder. I heard mention of New Hampshire doesn't have a seatbelt law. You not wearing your seatbelt won't kill me, right? But your bad brakes in a car that's going 80 miles an hour that weighs 3,000 pounds potentially will. So something to consider. You've got a number of roadway safety advocates here that are opposed to the bill, including AAA, NHMRO. The New Hampshire Traffic Safety Commission also weighed in on this piece of legislation. They're opposed to it. I guess really, and trying to address any of the questions that you all had. That's really my testimony. Just once again, in the name of safe roads, a cornerstone issue for NHADA, whether it's this or motorcycle rider education or the texting while driving. We support safe roads in New Hampshire, and we oppose this legislation once again.
Thank you for your testimony, and it would not be complete without a question from Representative St. Clair.
That is correct. Thank you, Mr. Chair. You mentioned something that the last time I was on this committee, I remember the chair brought this very topic up. And we know that this affects vehicle safety, have your 500 businesses taken a position on this, maybe banning this liquid brine that's being put on our highways in the name of safety?
Thank you for the question, Representative St. Clair. It's not the one I thought that was coming, but I'll do my best. We have not taken, our association has not taken a position for or against road brine. We have looked at the issue, and we've looked at its impact on vehicles. There was a bill filed a few years ago, but I believe by the chairman, I believe, maybe turned into a study committee. We were involved and part of that discussion. So we're interested and following the issue. However, we have not taken a position for or against that practice and policy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For the record, it is magnesium chloride. It's a wonderful stuff. Any other questions from the committee? Representative Sellers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You said, you mentioned about recalls. Do you know if every inspection station checks for recalls?
Thank you for the question. As long as the vehicle goes through the Gordon Darby NHOST system, which we do OBD2 testing, it's a requirement of that program that every single vehicle that goes through that system receives a safety inspection. So last year, a total of 1,237,000 and change vehicles went through the system, and over 224,000 of them found open safety recalls on those vehicles.
Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just trying to be aware on brake systems. I believe there's at least a redundancy. Usually front brakes from rear brakes are two different systems. So if one failed, you still have the other. But on some vehicles, and especially I'm talking cars, they could even have four-wheel independent braking at that point. So even if you had one fail, do you know if the others would still be working? Is that correct?
Thank you for the question. I think I'd probably rather defer that to someone a little more technical than me. You don't want me working on your car. Bikes and skis are another issue, but
Not seeing any other questions. Thank you very much for your testimony.
thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee.
Chair recognizes in support of the bill, Steve Zemanek, representing himself. Welcome.
Sure. Hi, everybody. Thank you for having me. I'm here supporting myself, or representing myself for to support the bill HB 646. One of the problems with the state inspection system is the regulations themselves are often vague, open to interpretation, and many of them have absolutely nothing to do with safety. The other problem you have is there are dishonest mechanics in the state who have tried to defraud people, in saying they need a brake job when they clearly don't. And one of the problems with the state system is there's no appeal process if you disagree. There's really no way to get a second opinion. I actually worked for one of New Hampshire's largest automotive companies for several years. Although I was not a professional mechanic, I purchased a new vehicle from them while I was employed there. And because of my birthday, just a couple months after I purchased it, I had to bring it in for a reinspection. And usually I am a do-it-yourselfer who's done pretty much everything from transmission repairs and engine rebuilds and welding and all sort of things, and I've usually driven older vehicles, and it's always been a hassle almost every year. For the first time, I'm like, all right, I got a almost brand new car. It's under warranty. What could possibly go wrong? I get a phone call from the service advisor. Hey, you need new front brakes to pass inspection. And I'm like, that's weird, because when I bought the car, you guys told me it had new brakes all the way around. So either you're lying to me then, or you're lying to me now. Which one is it? I want to go see those brakes for myself. And I ran into the shop to go look at my truck and find the mechanic scrambling to put the inspection sticker on my truck. And I got a written estimate for $923 for new brakes that turns out I didn't need, because a year later, when it was time to get my inspection sticker yet again, I said, well, they barely passed last year. They probably aren't going to pass this year. I should just preemptively do them, even though they haven't been problematic yet. And I was surprised to find that although they were indeed wearing unevenly, which is what the mechanic told me was wrong with them, they still had well over the they were well within the limit of what you needed for brakes. So I almost, and I'm just wondering, well, if this is what they do to somebody they know, and they know I work on my own cars and stuff, and they know me there, what are they doing to your average grandmother who doesn't really know better and is going to just take their word for it? I could have been out an unnecessary $900 when I could have probably gotten even more time out of those brakes. And I've emailed all of you. There's a list of states that have already gotten rid of their inspection processes. New Hampshire's only one of a few states that still has one. And I don't think we need it anymore. And I think that the risk to fraud and the other problem is sometimes people are like, I just need to get one more year out of my car or 6 months out of my car. I'm just trying to save every penny I can to have a down payment for my next vehicle. And they can either take, $1,000 and put it towards an unnecessary repair on the vehicle they're planning on getting rid of, or they could put it towards their new car. So I think this really harms, the poor people of New Hampshire who, and people who don't know their cars that well.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you again. Next up, Chair recognizes Lieutenant James O'Leary, representing the State Police, opposed to the bill, seeking 5 minutes. Welcome, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. We've heard a lot of testimony in opposition to the bill, and I'm not going to repeat those points, just know that we're in support of what those were. I do want to bring to light just a different perspective from what Troop G does. And as we've talked about before, we are tasked with providing enforcement and licensing oversight to both dealerships and inspection stations. And as such, we are also the repository for consumer complaints regarding the purchase of unsafe motor vehicles. And oftentimes consumers will purchase a used motor vehicle and later find that the vehicle is unsafe for the roadway due to a variety of reasons. The vehicle deficiencies are only discovered due to the completion of a state mandated inspection. This is where investigators from Troop G become involved and, depending on circumstances, conduct an investigation regarding the proper sale of the vehicle. Without the mandated state inspection that occurs at the time of new ownership of the vehicle, the average consumer may not be aware of any mechanical issues affecting its safe operation. Furthermore, it may not be until months later when the vehicle is brought in for service that a mechanical issue is discovered. The time that lapses between the time of purchase to the revelation of such a safety issue not only puts the consumer and the motoring public at risk, it also decreases the probability that a buyer is held accountable for, or the seller rather, is held accountable for potential criminal or civil penalties if warranted. Although this law would not prevent individuals from seeking an inspection on their own, the safety of our roadways would be reliant upon those individuals having such an inspection conducted. I'll close with the last speaker spoke about not having an appeals process. And that's something that we hear about a lot, obviously, because there are, just like in any business, individuals that, claim work needs to be done or what have you. Troop G also is a repository for those types of calls as well. So if somebody does have a vehicle inspected and they don't agree with what the outcome is, we field calls regarding those such inspections, and we'll conduct an investigation upon finding out whether or not that vehicle should or should not have passed inspection and proceed accordingly. And I'll take any questions.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from the committee? Representative Jones.
Thank you, and thank you for coming.
Thank you, sir.
I just want to ask, the Attorney General has a Department of Consumer Affairs. Are they in touch with you when these type of things happen?
Thank you for your question. Yes, sir. We do work in conjunction with the Attorney General's office when it comes to such complaints. Thank you.
I do have one question. Because I've heard the story from the previous testimony before. How would the average person know who to contact if they wanted to question whether or not a failure was appropriate?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your question. So typically what happens is the average consumer will go to the DMV website and they'll find the dealer inspection number. They'll call the phone number for the dealer inspection desk, and that's how that information gets relayed down to us.
Thank you. Further questions?
Yeah.
Representative, I saw St. Clair first.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for the record, when a state trooper makes a traffic stop, they usually will see they'll look at the sticker, normal procedure. But by seeing there's a current inspection sticker on there, do they then at that point neglect or purposely not look at other tires and things like that at the particular moment of that stop?
Thank you, Representative St. Clair, for your question. No, that wouldn't be accurate because oftentimes we'll find that there are items that may have been changed since then. So, for example, if an inspection is done and somebody changes their tires or tints their windows or changes their headlights or many things, factor into that, we would see that there were potential other items that, again, that we could see visibly that did not meet state inspection criteria.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Sykes?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Lieutenant O'Leary, for taking my question.
Sir.
I'm making a presumption here. So I believe that there are posters inside inspection stations that might talk about the price, they may talk about procedures or whatever. Is there any information on these required, are there required component of the poster to say, if you have a complaint about the procedures here, to call this number?
Thank you, Representative Sykes, for your questions. There is not. They're supposed to be given an outline or a quote for the items that need to be repaired. However, there is not information, to my knowledge, that speaks to contacting either DMV or state police for follow-up if needed.
Any other questions from the committee? Representative Gorski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Lieutenant Leary, for taking my question.
Yes, sir.
In terms of handling the appeals, how many appeals did you hear or got involved with, let's say, in the past year?
Thank you, Representative, for that question. Unfortunately, I don't have the answer for that. So essentially what happens for our troop, those concerns or questions will come in and those get distributed accordingly to the troopers and the AEIs to go up and follow up on. I just don't have the numbers with me today, but I could get them if you'd like them. Sure. Yep.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Chair recognizes from the Department of Motor Vehicles. Are you both coming up together? Okay. Director Marasco and Jeff Oberdank, opposed to the bill. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is John Marasco. I'm the Director of the Division of Motor Vehicles, along with Registration Supervisor Jeff Oberdank. We do oppose the bill. The mission of the New Hampshire DMV is safe drivers, safe vehicles, and safe roadways. Our annual inspection requirement helps us fulfill all of those objectives. The handout that you received from Supervisor Oberdank captures 3 years' worth of data from Gordon Darby, which captures all the inspection information throughout the state. As you'll see within that document, there are failures in categories such as brakes, steering, and tires. Obviously, those are concerning categories that we want to make sure vehicles aren't on the road if they have deficiencies in those areas. This bill, when reading it, would eliminate well over 1 million vehicle inspections per year. And if you also, within the handout, you see that roughly 250,000 vehicles in any given year could have deficiencies that would be problematic and may translate into the vehicle not fit for the roadway. Roughly 14%, maybe a little more than that, of vehicles don't pass the annual state inspection. And so for that, we oppose the bill. We think the model that we have works, and it helps fulfill that model of safe drivers, safe vehicles, and safe roadways. There are some technical defects with the bill that Supervisor Oberdank could speak to.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, and I won't belabor going over other pieces of testimony that we had, as a number of folks have made those points today. But what I do want to do is a quick lesson on commercial driver licensing and what that means to this bill and what it means to us. When we think of CDL, and that's what this bill specifically labels out, is that those vehicles that require a CDL would be the only ones left in the program. Everyone thinks of the 26,001 pound plus vehicle up. We think of the Walmart tractor trailer, the Continental paving truck hauling pavement down the road. What we don't think of is what Bob Scully mentioned earlier, and that's the fastest growing portion of the commercial vehicle segment. And we call them CDL beaters because manufacturers are manufacturing vehicles of large size that specifically don't require a CDL. So for instance, vehicles that are 26,001 pounds plus require a CDL-B. And now they're manufacturing those exact same vehicles at 25,900 pounds. So now those drivers aren't required to go through the CDL testing and do those other things that other CDL drivers are required to do. But that segment that we're talking about is the 10,001 to 26,000 pound category. Think of your plumber's Sprinter van. Think of your electrician's van or your F450 or 550 in landscaping in that category. They're not required to have a commercial license, but they are required to have a medical card, and they are in the game as far as FMCSA is concerned. So by eliminating the inspections for those vehicles, number one, it takes us out of the pool for federal grant money, which we just used for our new IRP program, for that apportion plate program that we put into play that allows carriers to do their registrations online. That was paid for by the feds because we are compliant. Didn't come out of our pocket, came out of theirs. Most importantly, if we're not putting inspection stickers on those vehicles in the 10,001 to 26,000 pound category, they can't leave the state. Think about that. All of those businesses that can't leave the state because those commercial motor vehicles are not inspected. That's the outlying piece here with this piece of legislation. It's not the 26,001 plus that we're concerned with. Well, we are, but it's the 10,001 to 26,000 pound category because they are required to have inspection stickers in all of those other states that they go in. So to provide that opportunity for that category to can remain in compliance and be eligible for interstate commerce, we need to continue that inspection program for that segment of vehicles as well. Having said that, I'll answer any questions the board may have.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Representative Jones?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In our fiscal notes, it says you would be a loss of $4.2 million. How would you as a department make up for that? Would you have to increase rates somewhere else, or would you be laying people off, or how would that affect you?
That part of the budget is up to 3% of our federal highway funds, and where and how that's distributed is up to the fiscal committee and who and how that would impact.
Thank you.
Further questions? Representative Vayu?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Are there situations where a vehicle might weigh more than 26,001 pounds where you wouldn't need a CDL to operate it, that would put it outside this inspection requirement?
Thank you for the question. It's a great question. We think of those, all of those campers that are not involved in commerce. You have, and it's not a large segment, but you do have a number of vehicles which are above 26,000 pounds that act just like a commercial vehicle. Some of those larger diesel pusher motorhomes are well in excess of 26,000 pounds that don't require a CDL.
Thank you.
Representative Sellers?
Are you saying that this law won't, if someone had a vehicle just under 26,000 pounds, that they can't get an inspection, or could they still get an inspection so they can go out of state?
Is it a requirement for them to get inspected to go out of state? They would have to get an inspection, but if we're not doing the inspection, where do they get that?
Did you want to follow up?
Yeah, please. I guess I'm saying it's not forbidden for them to get an inspection, so they could still get one, couldn't they?
It depends on if other states do courtesy inspections or not.
I'm talking about our state.
Could we do a courtesy inspection? It's not outlined in the legislation.
Representative St. Clair?
Thank you. I thought what Representative Sykes brought up about paperwork, posters, or something like that for the public to know that they have a right to appeal or complain. Is that something due to fraud? Is that something that you gentlemen would look into, that maybe in the future we could address that?
I think that's a great suggestion. I can certainly work with Lieutenant O'Leary on that, and I'm sure that we could come up with a plan.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Representative St. Clair. I do have just a couple of quick ones. Actually, maybe just one. We can all see the fiscal impact of $4.225 million. We've asked the Department of Environmental Services to see if there's other funding in jeopardy with the Clean Air Act and the federal government. One last question on that, though. I'm not sure when our contract with Gordon Darby expires, but what would be the fiscal impact of breach contract if this bill were to pass?
It would, we'd have to ask Gordon Darby. We'd have to take a look at the contract and ask Gordon Darby. That's a great question, Mr. Chairman.
If you could provide us with that, that would be great. Thank you. Sure. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, I have nobody else signed up to speak on this bill. I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 646 FN. We are on lunch break. We'll be opening up our executive sessions at 1 o'clock. All right, good afternoon, everybody. I'm going to open up the executive session on House Bill 260. And now I'm going to recess the executive session on House Bill 260 till 1:30. Thank you. If I can ask committee services to make sure the stream is off, please. And I'm going to ask everybody to leave so we can have a caucus. Thank you.
Get away with voting against maybe the vote I'm going to do it.
Well, to me, it's the reason why we should. I haven't heard that.
Well, we don't have it over for your check cavity. I'm not even kidding.
We're the only state in the country that has them. No state provides them. How can we be number two?
Well, but do we also have, wasn't there a question about distracted driving and whether that falls under that or not? Or
It doesn't. We repealed that.
It does.
right.
The only thing,
So do the other states have that? Is my point. So maybe that's covered under in other states. No?
But you get bits and pieces of information on it. The bottom line is if FIDO causes you to get in an accident or something else, they can get you for negligence under the distracted driving. But it's not clear to
Receive any data.
All right, everybody, welcome back to Transportation. I'm going to reopen the executive session on House Bill 260 FN. The chair recognizes Representative Sellers for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I motion to ITL this bill.
Thank you, sir. Do I have a second? Seconded by Representative Hill. Would you care to speak to your motion?
Yes, I would. Basically speaking, that this bill the intent of the bill was good. However, there wasn't any data given to us or any statistics that would actually help us solve the problem. And also that this bill also, I believe, is just really a one-off of being distracted. You could be distracted by many, many different things. So that's why ITL.
Thank you very much. Anybody else from the committee? Representative Sykes.
So I happen to think that we do probably wish we had a lot more data about this, but one of our prime directives as members of the Transportation Committee is to support public safety for everybody. And the public safety agencies were, I believe, unanimous in their support of this bill. And so for that reason, I would vote for it.
Anybody else from the committee? Representative St. Clair.
I'm going to vote against an ITL motion. I apologize. Well, I confused me. That's bad enough.
All right, all right. Anybody else from the committee? It's Representative Jones.
Thank you. Yes, there are a lot of other safety issues that we could draw, but I think it's okay to go one at a time. And this is a very simple thing for law enforcement to catch. In our state, the number of deaths by motor vehicle accident is way up. The number of pedestrian deaths is way up. I think we got to start taking safety measures in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Anybody else? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll. The motion is ITL on House Bill 260 FN.
Vice Chairman Gorski,
Yes.
Representative Smith,
Yes. Yes.
the clerk votes yes. Representative Hill,
Yes.
Representative Dumas,
Yes.
Representative Melvin, Representative Spillane,
Yes.
Representative C,
Yes.
Representative Sellers,
Yes.
Representative Sykes,
No.
Representative Schultz,
No.
Representative
Sorry.
Sinclair,
Yes.
Representative Fox,
No.
Representative Rombo,
Yes.
Representative Vayu,
No.
Representative Coker,
Yes.
Representative Jones,
No.
Representative Charette? Did I say that correctly?
Thank you. That's correct. No.
Hewitt. Got it. Did you say no? No, thank you. And Representative Staub.
No.
We have, oh, and Chairman Walsh, sorry. A new thing.
Yes.
13 yes and 7 no.
Okay, our committee recommendation is 13-7 for an ITL. I'm going to close the executive session on House Bill 260. Give us a few minutes to reset, please. Just for anybody that may be watching remotely or here, as a professional courtesy, with some questions and possible solutions that have arisen, I will not be taking up House Bills 374 or 375 today, just for your planning purposes. I will reschedule them, most likely for next Tuesday.
Mr. Chair, when
Yeah.
will reports be due?
For the bills we're executing today?
Yes,
Today.
by the end of executive session?
Before we go home.
Thank you.
Speaking of reports, while we're getting reset, did everybody receive a copy, an electronic copy of the committee report from our researcher? Everybody's a yes? Okay. We can still do them by writing if you'd like, but if you've all got them online, that's easier for them. Okay, I'm going to open up the executive session on House Bill 388 FN relative to number plates for motor vehicles. Chair recognizes Representative Smith for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move ought to pass on House Bill 388.
Motion's ought to pass. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Hill. Representative Smith, will you care to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So we understand the bill. There's a whole paragraph before you, but the bold italics is the only change. So this is the statute requiring registration and plates. And the only change is, and further provided that a private passenger vehicle shall only be required to display one number plate on the rear of the vehicle. It doesn't say prohibited from displaying two plates, just that you're getting two plates, you only got to hang one on the back. For this reason, I think the fiscal note's incorrect because it does not direct the Department of Safety to do anything different than they do today. They still make two plates per vehicle. They're still going to sell two plates per vehicle. And when you get your plates, you can hang one or both. So to that end, I don't see how there's any fiscal impact to this at all. This is something that we already do in New Hampshire, just not the whole state at once. When a town has a significant anniversary for its founding, 150 years, 200, 250 years, they are allowed for an entire year to remove their front number plate and replace it with a commemorative plate. There's usually a contest for the design. They're nice. It's a nice thing to do. I hear the arguments against the bill, but what I don't hear is data from large towns where this caused any problems, and we've been doing it for quite a while now. Further, our border state, Vermont, went without front license plates for a while, and despite for a couple of years of me asking, I have yet to hear that any of the fears we had about complications to law enforcement manifesting over there. In the absence of that, after specific requests, I can only assume at this point that that data does not exist. And on a personal note, about 22 years ago, when I worked for a Dodge Plymouth Chrysler dealer, I'd only been there a couple of weeks, and we got on a brand new Viper. And they told me to put the plastic plate hanger bracket on the front of the car. And the way you do that is they give you a couple of lag bolts. Those are big pointy bolts and an impact gun. And you literally just drive them through the front fascia of the car. That hurt me on a deep spiritual level, Mr. Chair. It also significantly devalues the car if you want to try to sell it in one of the 20 or so states that doesn't require a front plate, because now you've got holes there and you have to keep the ugly gray plastic bracket. They're generally not painted to match the car. That's a special request, I guess, or you do it yourself. So, in light of the fact that the fiscal note's incorrect, there's zero fiscal impact to this bill, that we've already been doing this in New Hampshire as we cycle through our town's anniversaries, and no testimony was given of all the problems it caused in those towns, I see no reason to not support this bill, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Anybody else from the committee? I saw Representative Sykes first.
So, again, I'll go back to my comment about public safety, and I try to pay attention to what the professional public safety people are telling us, and they were the gentleman who was representing the New Hampshire Chiefs of Police. They were in opposition to the bill. Lieutenant O'Leary from the Hampshire DOS was in opposition to the bill. The majority of the states that only require a rear license plate are states that have friendlier weather than we have up here in New Hampshire. In addition to that, the fiscal impact the testimony that I heard was from the New Hampshire DOT, particularly the administrator of the Turnpike Authority, who said that this would have an adverse effect on the collection of tolls. They collect about $13 million in tolls. 53% of those were captured by the front plate. And there are, in addition to that, 36 lanes in the toll plazas that do not have rear cameras. So they may lose that that revenue as well. And the cost, and I agree that this seems a bit inflated to me, but he testified that the cost was $400,000 to put rear-facing cameras in the 36 locations of lanes that do not have rear-facing cameras. And so I think on balance, we need to be really careful and fiscally prudent about whenever we take actions which will reduce the revenues to support the turnpikes. Right now, the turnpikes are reasonably self-sufficient, but we want to make sure that they continue to be so. So I would be opposed to the passage of this bill.
Thank you. Anybody else from the committee? Representative St. Clair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My issues are the fact that manufacturers are now putting brand new vehicles out with no front plate. So maybe we're looking at the wave of the future here with the other states that have already doing this. And as far as the putting in cameras at the toll gates that pick up the rear license plate, I would have thought we already have that. If they're saying that 53% of the money is been captured by the front plate, are they saying that 47% is totally lost because there's no rear on the many cars that come into this state from states that don't have that? And as I mentioned before, all the motorcycles that only have one rear plate. So has the state are they just saying, no, we're not going to worry about that? If they need those cameras, they should already have them there. And I would agree with Representative Sykes that the price seems a little inflated to me on that. So I will be supporting this for those reasons. Thank you.
Anybody else from the committee? Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think as far as law enforcement, this would cut their ability to ID a car they need to ID by 50%, because now they can only see it from the back. If they're coming straight forward, oncoming, they can't ID a car they may be looking for, or a car that's been involved in something. Also, I had an experience at my house where we had porch pirates, and I have a Ring system on my doorbell, but unfortunately they pulled in forward, took the boxes off my porch and backed right out and didn't have a front license plate. So the police were not able to ID the vehicle. So I think it's just a matter of more security by having two plates. Thank you, sir.
Fair enough. Anybody else from the committee? Representative Sykes, one more stab at it.
Yeah, I'll take my second bite at the apple. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I think I didn't make enough emphasis on the point that having a front plate, which again is more opportunity to identify the vehicle that may be involved in a crime. And by the way, vehicles are frequently involved in crime. we don't want to take that tool away. We just don't want to take that tool away. And we're given examples of how crimes were solved because there was a front plate, even though no police officer happened to actually see the crime take place. It happened. They were able to identify the vehicle based on the evidence left behind by the front plate, specifically a crash into a home and the impression of the numbers of the license plate, the front license plate, were left on the side of the building, and that led to solving the crime. So I just can't imagine that we shouldn't leave important tools, both financial tools and public safety tools, in the hands of the agencies that need them. The amount of, while we may not have some data that we want, we also don't have, how many people are actually complaining about this? I mean, I know there's a very vocal group of people who complain about having to have the front and the back plate, but we've heard no data that said, well, yeah, there's 2% of the drivers hate it. Do we make law changes based on such a minority?
Thank you, Representative. That's all speculation, just like it's speculation that these do help. We've been asking for the data for years, and still we don't have it. Anybody else from the committee? Representative Vayu.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The only thing I consider that beyond what other people have said is the fact that a lot of people in New Hampshire tow trailers, and that can obscure the rear plate no matter whether you have rear-facing cameras or not. And you lose the revenue not only from the vehicle, but from the trailer, from the extra axle or axles. So to me, that's one of the arguments that wasn't brought up.
Fair enough. Anybody else? Representative Spillane.
Well, just to point out that a lot of the people in the state also drive with plows on their truck, totally obscuring the front plate and making it meaningless for a good portion of the year. I'm one of them. So if I was to tow a trailer and have a plow, I guess you'd see none of them. But
Thank you. Anybody else? Representative Sellers. I didn't know this was going to be such a hot topic.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I heard you say earlier, the Representative Smith say that we're still handing out 2 plates. If they want to put on a second plate, they can. So nothing's changing there.
Anybody else? I gave Representative Sykes a second bite. You can have one too, Representative St. Clair.
I would just like to comment that the vast majority of trailers on the road have a license plate on them. The vast majority, not all of them, which if somebody's got a picture of it, they can probably track that down to somebody or something.
Go ahead.
I would just point out, as I believe the testimony we heard was that under the current RSAs, trailer plates are not used to assign financial responsibility, only plates on the main vehicle.
Anybody else? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll when she's ready. The motion is ought to pass on House Bill 388.
Vice Chairman Gorski,
No.
Representative Smith,
Yes.
the clerk votes no. Representative Hill,
Yes.
Representative Dumas. No. Representative Melvin,
Yes.
Representative Spillane,
yes.
Representative C,
Yes.
Representative Sellers,
Yes.
Representative Sykes,
No. Sorry. No.
Representative Schultz,
No.
Representative Sinclair,
Yes.
Representative Fox. No. Representative Rombo,
No.
Representative Vayu,
No.
Representative Coker,
Yes.
Representative Jones,
No.
Representative Schuett,
No.
Representative Stowe.
No.
Oh, Chairman Walsh. I'm sorry.
Yes, thank you. We'll lose by one.
9 to 11.
Fails.
Fails.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, the motion of, oops, hold on. Motion about to pass fails, 9 to 11. Representative Sykes?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I move OTP for this bill.
ITL.
ITL. I'm really having a hard day. I get up at 4 this morning, so you'll have to bear with me.
I'll second that, Mr. Chair,
Okay.
if you so wish.
Who seconded that? Representative
wait a
Jones
minute.
seconded?
Hold on. you gotta give Carol a chance to get
Yeah, hold on, our clerk needs to catch up.
Give me a minute. That's okay.
Take your time.
Who seconded?
Jones. So you good? Okay, so the motion has been moved and seconded for ITL on House Bill 3. ITL. It's been moved and seconded for ought to pass. Thank you, Representative Sykes. Now you're getting me confused. Does anybody else wish to speak to this? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 388. ITL. So you got me going though. No problem.
Yeah. Vice Chairman Gorski.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
No.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Hill.
Yes.
Yeah. Really?
Representative
Did he say?
Representative Hill, is that a yes on the ITL?
Oh, I'm sorry. We're back on three, we're still on 88.
Sorry.
Motion's ITL.
No.
Representative Dumas. This is an ITO.
The first motion was for ought to pass, it failed 9/11. We've had a subsequent motion of ITL, which we need to do to dispose of the bill. So an ITL is the motion.
Is that yes? Do you say yes?
Yes.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you. Representative Melvin.
No.
Representative Spillane.
No.
Representative C.
No.
Representative Sellers.
No.
Representative Sykes.
Yes.
Representative Schultz.
Yes.
Representative Sinclair.
No.
Representative Fox.
Yes.
Representative Rombo.
Yes.
Representative Vayu.
Yes.
Representative Coker.
No.
Representative Jones.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Stowe.
Yes.
And Chairman Walsh.
No.
Okay, so it would be 11 to 9.
Motion of ITL is adopted by a big surprise, 11 to 9. I'm going to
Now we
close
better
the
do it
executive
again.
session on House Bill 388. Few minutes to reset, please. Yes, that's, I guess thanks for that. This will be our first one going to the floor with no recommendation. Do I have volunteers for reports on either side of the position?
I'll do a minority report.
Well, they're not really minority, majority.
Whatever
because-
it is.
Actually, no, these would be. This is a majority. Did you want to do a minority report?
I do.
Okay.
With help.
Anybody interested in doing a majority report? The Representative Vale will do it. Thank you.
How come there's no space here for majority?
Okay, I'm going to open up the executive session on House Bill 393. And that is, can I see that? Permitting a motor vehicle operator to use only a rear license plate. Chair recognizes Representative Gorski for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion to ITL.
Is there a second? I saw Representative Sykes. Would you care to speak to your motion?
I would. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, quite frankly, with this particular bill starts getting into the commercial motor vehicle part of the law. And when that starts getting into that, we're now getting into the federal law, which can cause some issues in regards to this particular bill. And quite frankly, 388 was a simpler bill. We couldn't pass this one, so I'm not sure if this one would pass the mustard either.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else from the committee? Representative St. Clair.
My problem with this, and I didn't realize this until we had the testimony, was that vehicles 10,000 pounds to 26,000 pounds would be exempt from that, having that front plate. And well, I guess that was on the inspection. But I agree that commercial plate vehicles should have a front plate for obvious reasons.
Anybody else from the committee? I have to agree with Vice Chair Gorski. Let's be honest, we can save a bunch of time. 388 was the simpler of the two, and it failed. This one's not going anywhere. I'll ask the clerk to call a roll, and she's got a chance. Sorry, the motion is ITL on House Bill 393.
Vice Chairman Gorski,
Yes.
Representative Smith,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Hill,
This one I'm yes.
Representative Dumas. Yes. Representative Melvin,
Yes.
Representative Spillane,
Yes.
Representative C,
Yes.
Representative Sellers,
Yes.
Representative Sykes,
Yes.
Representative Schultz,
Yes.
Representative Sinclair,
Yes.
Representative Fox,
Yes.
Representative Rambo,
Yes.
Representative Vayu,
Yes.
Representative Coker,
Yes.
Representative Jones,
Yes.
Representative Schuett,
Yes.
Representative Staub.
Yes.
20-0. Oh, and Vice and Chairman Walsh.
Yes.
I'll get it.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Okay, go ahead.
Could this be added to the consent?
Well, when do we get the count? Okay, so the motion of ITL is adopted 20-0. Is there any objection to consent?
Even though it has a fiscal note, can it still be added?
Correct. It's because it's ITL that can. Yep. So did you want to move consent? Okay.
Yes, I would, please.
All right. Without objection, consent it is. I'm going to close the executive session on House Bill 393. A few minutes to reset. We'll be taking up House Bill 597 next. Okay, I'm going to open up the executive session on House Bill 597 FN relative to race and ethnicity data on driver's licenses and race and ethnicity data collection. Chair recognizes Representative Sellers for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I motion to ITL this bill.
Motion's ITL. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Representative Smith. Would you care to speak to your motion?
Yes, I would. Thank you. So this bill, I was looking at it here. Excuse me, I just lost it. My apologies. I might even just close the whole tab. But anyways, I believe it's under RSA 260-14A that it's changing and adding to, and it's collecting statistical data, but the data that it's collecting is not all inclusive because the driver has whoever's applying for the license has the option of providing that option material of ethnicity and also race. So therefore, your data automatically is going to be skewed. It won't have all the data that it should have. It will only have a partial data set. And therefore, trying to really get good statistics out of it, you're just not going to get it.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else from the committee? Representative St. Clair.
I hear what you're saying, Representative, but the testimony we had from public safety officials, amongst others, was that they agreed about that, but this was a start. And at this point, any information is better than no information. That's what I took from it.
Anybody else? Representative Sykes.
So during testimony for this bill, I think there was broad support for passage of it. And I just would tell a personal story that the first time I heard about this, not this specific bill, but the concept of collecting racial and ethnic data through whatever means, my immediate reaction was, no, we don't want to do that. But then when we heard the testimony and it was further explained to me why this is an important thing to do, I changed my mind. It was a good thing to do. And we heard from a variety of different organizations. We heard from all of whom were in support of this bill. We heard from the ACLU, the police chiefs, specifically police chief from Hollis, and also retired police chief from Dover. We heard from the NAACP. We heard from the New Hampshire Department of Justice. We heard from the New Hampshire State Police. They all make the point, they all made the essential point that this will be a tool to improve police response and that the current tools in our tool shed are inadequate. I'll use as an example. My community, the city of Lebanon, is one of the few departments in the state that is CALEUS certified. But in speaking to my police chief about this bill and the efforts that they make to collect racial and ethnic data, he acknowledged that it was an incomplete tool in the CALEUS toolbox, and that it would be, and so if it's an incomplete tool and we have a way to add further data, and again, we should be making data-based decisions. If we don't have any data now, how can it be a bad thing to get additional data? And so that's why I'm fully in support of this, having changed my mind about how it might work. Because the things that will happen would be, it could go both ways. This data, once collected, could show that a police department is doing a great job. Their ethnic population may be 2%, and they have 2% stops for that ethnic group. Great. It sounds like they're doing a really good job of fair, unbiased police work, community-based police work, which is really important. However, it could also be that the ethnic population in my city, for instance, is about 11%. What if we were stopping 25% of this? What if 25% of the stops were people from an ethnic with a different ethnicity than the remainder? that says, my police chief, I know what he would do. He'd say, I've got to work on this. We've got to do better. How do you get that tool if you don't start collecting the data? I urge my colleagues on the Transportation Committee to allow the collection of data that will improve policing in general, improve community policing specifically, and would help those departments that are on the road to improving and doing a better job for the citizens of New Hampshire.
Anybody else from the committee? Representative Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm having a hard time determining or understanding how you would be able to determine that 11% of your stops were in one category when you don't have the complete set of data to show what 11% consists of. It wouldn't, you can't always blanket say that some data is better than no data. In this case, it's not. If you have inaccurate or incomplete data, then you're painting an incorrect picture when you try to assess that data. That's why I will be joining with the motion.
Anybody else from the committee? Representative Vayu.
One of our biggest complaints on the committee is the lack of data. We've actually killed a bill today because we didn't have any data that supported it. This bill seems to start the process of collecting data. It's not perfect because opt-in data is not going to be perfect. But right now, the only data we have is data that's reported by the police. And we've already had a testimony that said that sometimes they're misreporting and we don't know why. So if that's a trend, if there's habitual misreporting of race or perceived race in a stop, we can't compare that to any other information because we don't have it. So this bill just simply starts the process of collecting the data, and how it's used in the future will be up to each individual department as they report to the state. And of course, it's going to be the people who know how to use the data are going to understand that it's not complete and know how to handle that.
Further comments from the committee? I'll go back and for Representative Gorski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My concern with the bill is, we had the police chiefs here, and especially the police chief of Hollis. And, one of the questions that I asked was, how often would you look at this data? And he said yearly. Now, if this data is so important, why are we only looking at it for 1 year? If we're going to have this data, I would think you want to look at it on a consistent basis. So it doesn't seem like there's a consistent process here in terms of analyzing the data, and that's kind of the issue I have with the bill.
Representative Rambo.
We heard testimony on this bill during the hearing that it puts officers in a difficult position, that they shouldn't need to be inquiring of individuals that they stopped about their race or ethnicity, but that they may need to identify that information in their reports, and that there's not always accurate information recorded, not necessarily knowing why, but to the extent that we may not all be able to make that assessment in an interaction with an individual, accurately assess their race or ethnicity. I think this is a tool that also provides our officers more information for when they're filling out the report, so that they are not having to make a judgment call on their own, whether that's on the ID, whether it's listed as a code. I asked rather inartfully during the hearing, but if it would be a code or if it would be listed by, color, ethnicity. I think this is a tool not only for data, but also for law enforcement for more accurate reporting in the moment.
Anybody else? Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my view of this is based on my 4 years as a database quality analyst for a tech company. The only thing this actually gives you, the only data it provides, is the total number of people of a given race or ethnicity who are willing to self-report. It's not even a percentage because we don't have accurate numbers on what the total data potential pool is. My fear is that if we did this and anybody looked at it, they might make a decision based on it, and that would be dangerous. Let's say, hypothetically, that African Americans are twice as likely to self-report as Hispanics. And when you're talking the low numbers that we have in this state, that could easily show a completely incorrect result when you look at the totals. So what action would they take based on that? If it's just all non-white races or ethnicities in general, you don't need this level of granularity, because the state is literally not going to prove anything and potentially produce a flawed result. Now, the part that really winds my crank, though, is ethnicity. It isn't defined. I don't know what it means. Here's an example. My mother, her parents were born in Cuba and Germany. What box does she check? What's her ethnicity? Is it which culture she feels? Well, she doesn't particularly feel like either one, and she's just herself. I don't know what ethnicity proves. I couldn't possibly support the bill with such a subjective term in it. If you're looking for data-driven results, I don't think there is one for this. I am Cuban, German, Norwegian, and Austrian. What am I? Besides a fascist who enjoys skiing, and my whole family hasn't won a war in 100 years. I mean, I don't know of what value that is to anybody. I know someone who their parents are Chinese and Indian. Which boxes do they check, and how uncomfortable is the conversation that you have to explain it? I don't want any part of it. This doesn't produce any data that can be actually used for anything. It makes people feel awkward, and I can't support it.
Any Representative Sykes?
So a couple of things that I forgot to mention. One, a lot of data is available. Partly it's called the U.S. Census, and they break down ethnicity into a bunch of different things. And so we have beginning points. I didn't pull 11% of the population of my city from thin air because I could. I got it from the federal census. Secondly, we do not want to make subjective choices about our ethnicity. And in fact, because it is an opt-in program and it gives the person the opportunity to decide for themselves what they are, it might help solve Representative Smith's problem about who he is by being able to do so.
Okay. I'm actually surprised that we're debating this to this point. I thought this was a much simpler bill. I'm glad you did bring up the U.S. Census, because when it asks for ethnicity, it's also optional. It's optional because it's against federal law to require that information. That's why it's also an option in House Bill 597. And I agree with the people supporting this motion. I've been here for 10 years, and I cannot tell you how many times I have heard in committee rooms, show me the data, show me the data, show me the data. Well, in this case, we're going to have incomplete data with it being optional. It's as simple as that. You cannot call it reliable. I don't know what purpose it serves, and I will also be supporting the ITL. Anybody else from the committee? Representative Schmidt.
Schultz, but that's okay.
Schultz, sorry.
You know, we are all German in that sense. We being Schmidts and Schultzes anyway. I haven't never needed to mention this in any committee before, so I hope it's of some value. But as someone who has multiple graduate level statistics classes in criminology, I can say it is often true that the data is incomplete, and yet it is sufficient enough to make decisions that saves money, improves laws, helps police officers, helps people who train police officers, and that's what we're looking at. I hope these are all really the reasons why people feel the way they do about this bill. I think regardless of what the data shows, it will be helpful. I'm sure our police officers are fantastic, and we should be able to help equip police officers and those who train police officers with the knowledge of how things actually are panning out. That's all this is. allows people to make decisions based on it. It's really not more complicated than that.
Thank you. I will reiterate, I think no data is better than incorrect or incomplete data. I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll when she's ready.
Vice Chairman Gorski,
Yes.
Representative Smith,
Yes.
the clerk votes yes. Representative Hill,
Yes.
Representative Dumas,
Yes.
Representative Melvin,
Yes.
Representative Spillane,
Yes.
Representative C,
Yes.
Representative Sellers,
Yes.
Representative Sykes,
No.
Representative Schultz,
No.
Representative Sinclair,
No.
Representative Fox,
No.
Representative Rombo,
No.
Representative Vayu,
No.
Representative Coker,
No.
Representative Jones,
No.
Representative Shulet,
No.
Shuit, excuse me, and Representative Staub.
No, yeah, no, no.
No? Okay. Yeah, and-
What was
all
your
right.
answer?
Was it no? And Chairman Walsh,
This is an ITL yes.
10 to 10.
Okay, the motion of ITL fails 10-10. Representative Sykes is recognized, I assume, for a motion.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I make a motion of ought to pass.
Motion of ought to pass.
Second.
Who seconded that? Representative Jones, seconded by Representative Jones. Any further discussion on this, Representative Sykes?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe we've heard all the arguments that we need to do, and even you and I might be able to predict the result.
I'm going to leave that alone. And with no other further discussion, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll. The motion is ought to pass on House Bill 597. I don't know what they, I don't know. Question. Take your time.
Vice Chairman Gorski,
No.
Representative Smith,
No.
clerk votes no. Representative Hill,
No.
Representative Dumas. No. Representative Melvin,
No.
Representative Spillane,
No.
Representative C,
No.
Representative Sellers,
No.
Representative Sykes,
Yes.
Representative Schultz.
Yes.
Representative Sinclair,
Yes.
Representative Fox,
Yes.
Representative Rombo,
Yes.
Representative Vayu,
Yes. Yes.
Representative Coker.
Yes.
Representative Jones.
Yes.
Representative Shulet,
Yes.
Representative Staub,
Yes.
Chairman Walsh.
No.
10 to 10.
Okay, so the motion of ought to pass fails 10-10. With no amendments, I think it's simple enough. Looks like this will be moving to the floor without recommendation. So, do we have any volunteers for positions on either side? We'll sort that out afterwards. I'm going to close the executive session on House Bill 597. Okay, going to open up the executive session on House Bill 646, eliminating the vehicle inspection mandate for non-commercial vehicles. Chair recognizes Representative Crawford for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I make a motion of ITL on House Bill 646 FN.
Motions ITL. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Sykes. Representative Crawford, would you care to speak to your motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Besides the idea, basically, that it's unsafe for vehicles to be on the road that aren't inspected annually, I'm kind of astounded by the revenue loss for the state, about $4,225,000, and the revenue loss to local municipalities of about $507,000. So put those all together, I feel an ITL is in order.
Anybody else from the committee? Representative St. Clair?
First of all, Mr. Chair, I wish we weren't voting on this today since we just heard it today. It's the one we just heard today, correct? I would have liked to have a week to check on some of these figures, especially the financial thing about cities losing money on this, because in all my life going to city council meetings and listening to budget reports, I have never once heard the city of Laconia refer to money taken in by inspections. It's always been registrations, not inspections. And I'm just not sure where that's coming from. And now I'm not going to have the chance to figure that one out. I know the comment was just made about the safety of our highways, but again, we have so many vehicles that come into this state year round from states that don't require it. And here we go with the information or data. I've never seen any information that we've had all these accidents in this state caused by vehicles that come from states with no inspection required. And I'm not talking about air emissions. I'm talking about inspections. Thank you.
Anybody else from the committee? Representative Sellers?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, when it comes to inspections, we know in essence they're absolutely good, but they're only good for that one moment in time. As soon as you drive out the door of the garage, it's, you know, something could happen. But the other problem is that we're not allowing people to have and take their own responsibility. And this is a responsibility of the person that owns the vehicle. And I think that as New Hampshire citizens, we should have the freedom to have our personal responsibility and be able to say our car is safe or not, or to drive it or not, with or without an inspection sticker.
Anybody else? Oop, am I missing somebody? No? Well, with nobody else, I'll mention a couple of things. In terms of looking into anything on the fiscal note, this bill was introduced in transportation 6 weeks ago. Waiting for the hearing just to answer questions like that or in print isn't necessary. The other thing I've seen in my 10 years, I cannot tell you how many bills to eliminate the inspection program. Unfortunately, some things have not changed. The fiscal note hasn't changed. That's always been an issue. Violating the Gordon Darby contract, and that financial burden will be an issue. What else did I have jotted down? Potential highway funds that are at risk if we get rid of this at this time. But this bill in particular, because it has an overlay with the commercial driver's licenses, and that's the major change that starts all this. It can be done a lot of different ways. This one, to me, makes it exceptionally more difficult to look at, only because now when we start going into motor carrier laws that are governed by the federal government, we're going down a slippery slope. For all those reasons, I'm going to be supporting the ITO.
I'm sorry, but doesn't it say here?
Excuse me,
I'm sorry. I thought you agreed.
You know what? In all fairness, I did look at you. Go ahead, Representative Sinclair.
Doesn't it say for non-commercial vehicles right there in the bill? An act eliminating the vehicle inspection mandate for non-commercial vehicles.
You've got those 10,000.
But there are a lot of commercial vehicles from 10,000 to 26,000 pounds that you don't need a commercial license for that are treated commercially. Those do fall underneath federal law. You don't need a commercial license for it, but because of the gross vehicle weight of those, they are governed. You need a medical card if they're being used commercially. It's all part of the, I'm just drawing a blank, but they do have federal overlays, as we just heard in the testimony today. That's what makes it challenging for me on this one. I've seen different attempts that didn't bring in the commercial aspect of it. Yeah, go ahead.
I agree with you on this, Mr. Chair. And my question would be, and if it's probably too late now, again, because we're voting on this now, but had this come in with an amendment to change that part of it, to eliminate that 10,000 and above from being exempt from an inspection, are you saying that that's something you would have supported?
I don't know if I would have supported it or not, but that's the reason I don't think this bill will work. I didn't know that, somebody mentioned there was an amendment floating around, but I did not see it. If we think we want to see the amendment at this point with the motion that's on the floor, unfortunately, we're going to have to defeat this motion to go any further. Is there an amendment?
So I did have an amendment drafted up for my thought was making it biannual, and I did kind of in the financial note it talked about the commercial vehicles over 10,000 pounds. So basically, my amendment would kind of fix that so that those vehicles would still be covered under the inspections. So what I'm kind of hearing is that where the emissions part is kind of the sticking point for the 1 year. So I'd like more. I mean, I don't know if there's a way we could retain this or maybe more time to look at this. I'm not a huge, I don't want to get rid of inspections altogether, but I would like to look into this a little bit more, but I don't know how that works.
Fair enough, but unfortunately, the way it works, we do have a motion on the floor that has been seconded. So if the committee believes that we either want to make another motion to retain or other, then we'll have to defeat the one that's here. That's where we're at. So anybody else wish to speak on the ITL motion on 646? Okay, I don't see anybody else to speak to the ITL. With that being said, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll as soon as she's ready.
Vice Chairman Gorski,
Yes.
Representative Smith,
No.
clerk votes yes. Representative Hill,
No.
Representative Dumas. No. Representative Melvin,
Yes.
Representative Spillane,
No.
Representative C,
No.
Representative Sellers,
No.
Representative Sykes,
Yes.
Representative Schultz,
Yes.
Representative Sinclair,
No.
Representative Fox,
Yes.
Representative Rombo,
Yes.
Representative Vayu,
Yes.
Representative Coker,
No.
Representative Jones,
Yes.
Representative Shulet,
Yes.
Representative Stout,
Yes.
Chairman Walsh.
Yes.
12 to 8.
What was it, Count?
12 to 8.
Motion to ITL is adopted 12 to 8, or our recommendation is adopted 12 to 8. I'm going to close the executive session on House Bill 646. Few minutes to regroup. We're going to move into House Bill 650 next. Okay, welcome back, everybody. I'm going to open up the executive session on House Bill 650 FN. Chair recognizes Representative Gorski for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion to retain House Bill 650.
Motions to retain, is there a second? Representative Sykes seconds. Care to speak to your motion?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. From listening to the testimony, there seems to be some merit in this, and looks like there's still some things that can be worked out on this bill. I think our friends potentially in judiciary might be able to help us a little bit here. So I think it might be a good idea to retain it to see if we can tighten this up a little bit.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else from the committee? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll. The motion is retain on House Bill 650.
Vice Chairman Gorski,
Yes.
Representative Smith,
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Hill,
Yes.
Representative Dumas. Yes. Representative Melvin,
Yes.
Representative Spillane,
Yes.
Representative C,
Yes.
Representative Sellers,
Yes.
Representative Sykes,
Yes.
Representative Schultz,
Yes.
Representative Sinclair,
Yes.
Representative Fox,
Yes.
Representative Rombo,
Yes.
Representative Vayu,
Yes.
Representative Coker,
Yes.
Representative Jones,
Yes.
Representative Shulet,
Yes.
Representative Stout,
Yes.
20-0.
Yes. Okay, it was voted 20-0 to retain House Bill 650. We don't need reports on that. But we do need reports on House Bill 260, 388, 393, 597, and 646. Again, you've got them on your laptops if you have them here, hopefully. If you don't, I can get you hard copies if you want to do it the old school way, but I really do need them before you leave. I will be here to help anybody that's never done a report that has any questions. I know Deputy Speaker Smith has also volunteered to hang around for a few if anybody's got any questions doing the reports. So I guess that's all I've got for today. We will be scheduling again for next Tuesday. We are going to bring up 374 and 375 next week. I can't put them off any longer because they are early bills. I haven't decided how to fill the rest of the day yet, so stay tuned for the calendar. Thank you.
For 260?
Maybe the 20.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right, and Fox is doing the Minority Report.
Yeah, I'm one of them.
You're only doing 597? 260.
I didn't realize the source and forgot that we probably had transportation next Tuesday, and I scheduled like 4 work phone calls, and now all I have to be is not scheduled on Tuesdays. Thanks for now.
I still gotta keep that roof over my head.
Even though my electric bill last month, everybody, was $2.52.
Nice job.
I have batteries in my house, so it charges up at a lower rate.
180.
And they buy electricity.
So when I was talking the other, actually last week when I didn't have any power, I was talking to Ted and Representative Phil was talking about his like Tesla power. Is that what?
That's what I have.
Okay, so I feel like that's what I need to do research on because using tower for 24 hours is
It's
not.
not cool.
No,
Not cool at all.
I mean, what you say. So interesting. Wow.
I got mine put in on their battery pilot program. They did their pilot in London.
Of course they did.
Of course they did, because we are.
They're cutting edge.
We are.